All right. This is session, I want to say 55 of Descent into Fernia. Who would like to give a recap?
Well, we made our way inside the giant Gundam.
Right.
Then we started going, well, we went down through a hole to explore some. It appears as though it's in pretty rough shape, and we are probably not going to be able to just get it to dig itself out and walk away with it, at least not immediately. We wound up getting attacked by a bunch of Zorn. And it appears as though I was thinking about it. I guess the Zorn built the Gundam. Like the hatch seemed to be geared towards Zorn opening it. It had like Zorn handprints or paw prints, I'm not sure which, around the lock. So I guess this is like a Zorn automaton, but we were attacked by a bunch of Zorn. They warned, one of them managed to warn a bunch of other Zorn that may be in the lower levels. We're not exactly sure. I personally am hoping that hearing the warning, they all just decided to commit suicide rather than be taken alive, because that would be convenient. Going into another room, we then met Frank's character, whose name I didn't write down, and so I can't remember. What was it?
Melodia.
So she was taken captive by the Zorn and being kept in a cage. We then had to fight another creature that could essentially just pass right through the gaps in the doors. So, but I think we defeated that. Actually, I'm a little fuzzy on the end of the fight on how that ended.
We didn't fight it.
Okay, that's where we ended.
Yep.
We did get a belt of Hill Giant strength that I believe Ewan has on now. So he is like the official WWE champion.
Yes. So yeah, where we left off, Melodia was warning you guys of the guardian that was in the chamber, which formed from sand that had been spread all over the floor, and so it was kind of conglomerating together. You guys were able to get Melodia out of her cage, and have, for the time being, shut the door to the room where Melodia was being kept prisoner. But as Kurt mentioned, it is apparent that sand is beginning to slip through the seams between the door. And so it's only a matter of moments before whatever this thing is engages you guys. And
Also, I'm rich. I've got a whole bag full of Zorn gems. And so if we could just make it back to Forgotten Realms, I'm set for life.
All right. So, it looks like Ewan is attempting to hold the door open, or hold the door shut.
I had certainly closed it, so if it's just still sneaking through, then clearly this door is not airtight.
No, it's not.
So we could just close this outer door,
right.
and then it'll be distracted fighting you. We can run.
I like this plan.
Well, I'm just gonna back up, yeah. I'll shove Trebek out of the way if I have to.
What? Sorry, side note. What is that a photo of Trebek from?
I have no idea,
Okay,
but I love it.
I've only ever seen him on Jeopardy, so I've never seen him in a hat like that. Or it looks like he's in a movie. I don't know. I was just curious.
I really like to imagine that he just decided that he needed to have some kind of cowboy photo shoot
Okay,
and arranged it himself.
I'm fine with that.
So, you guys, shut the door, second door. Behind the door, you can hear the rustling of sand as it gathers within that room, and then you can see it beginning to spread into through the seams in the door that the second door that was shut. And the sand seems to be accelerating faster and faster through the seams, as if it's building speed. And perhaps because of the state of this thing, there may be rust within the hinges that the sand is rubbing against and causing those holes to widen, which are perhaps explaining some of the acceleration of the sand.
See, I honestly thought you were going to say that it was picking up little flecks of rust as it passed through. So now there's like a risk of tetanus in addition to its normal attacks.
What is this thing again?
This it
Cooking pot, I
looks,
think.
yeah, so it looks like a pot that has been placed upon by some kind of wood or kindling with stones around it. So somewhat like a campfire.
Does it have anything in it, or is it empty?
I mean, can't really tell what's on the bottom of it. Some kind of sludge, doesn't look all that appetizing, and there is a really foul old odor coming from the pot. Other than that, just stones that Ewan could potentially use to throw, or the pot itself, which Ewan could also decide he wants to wield with his improvised fighting.
And yeah, in a deadly fashion.
Question is, could we use the sludge to seal off the cracks in the door?
Or could, if we were putting a sand thing, maybe try to wet the sand to make it less effective. Maybe with sludge or the blood on the floor, or maybe throw some entrails at it.
So
I mean, I can create water, I can create like gallons and gallons of water.
At least 10.
So, right. Also, we did learn that the Zorn were conducting some sort of experiments, and they were wondering whether or not they should just use us to experiment on. So I imagine that's why they were holding Melodia, although I'm not 100% sure.
Well.
So the pot, since they eat gemstones, the pot probably isn't for cooking. It may have been, that may be like human sludge at the bottom of it.
yeah, either way, there's not a whole lot of it, so not enough to use as any kind of wetting agent, and all the blood that you see on the floor is mostly dried or at the very least sticky. But yeah, if you had a plan that involves water, the branded one could possibly help.
Yeah, I'd be afraid that water would just make them hit harder.
But it might also
Wet.
slow them down.
Right.
Give me something to actually hit. Either way, we should probably back up here because it's going to form right here, it looks like.
Yeah, I would say we should surround the door so that when it reforms, we're all in position to attack. However, I attack at a distance because it's what I do. So I'll be way back here and all you guys can surround it.
I don't know how much good I will be to fight this creature. It is made of sand. And my blade will pass right through it. We should try to bind it. Maybe throw water on it or something.
So one thing that you all see fairly clearly is as the sand gathers, it begins swirling about the room. And it begins to pick up more and more until it's a pretty sizable maelstrom of swirling sand just all about. And at times you can feel it as it passes over your skin, and you feel that rough, sandy grit just scrape at your skin. Nothing that actually causes any damage, but some of you may begin to see small wounds begin to open that bleed just ever so slightly. But once again, nothing that is actually doing any actual damage. So you guys have probably one more round of actions before the thing begins in earnest, whatever it is that it's setting about to do.
Does it look like it's mainly concentrating by the door?
No, it's in the entire length of the room. It's swirling around the
Okay.
edges. So yeah, it could quite literally form anywhere.
Thinking we should spread out.
A little bit. I'll sort of just take up a defensive posture, pull out the boomerang, and speak the command word to make it active.
Okay.
Uh,
Anyone else
Vegnog
doing
will-
anything?
Vegnog will get a corner position. Let's move, take a step back to get into the corner. So he has walls to his back. But that's it.
Anyone else doing anything?
I'm just gonna back up to here and I'll wait. Cause I'm not sure what else to do at the moment.
If anyone's looking at Melodia, you see her gripping a pendant that starts to shine, and then her companion forms. Do I just click and drag it, Hawk?
Yeah.
Okay. So she has her Drake companion appear next to her, who's named Panta.
And I'm gonna flash up an image for everybody to see what this creature looks like. What does it look like as you're calling the creature into existence?
I'm thinking a iridescent glow clasping around her hand, almost like shining through her finger gaps of fingers, and then a quick burst of light, and then just sort of appears there, appears next to her.
One thing that you guys do notice is that this creature shares several similarities with Itzapalotl.
Say it looks like a Keurig.
All right. Anybody else doing anything before this thing forms?
Take the dodge action.
Okay. Yeah, you could do that. You all have an action to a round essentially to do what you want. So that's a pretty valid thing to do.
I'm gonna ready my bow.
Okay.
This picture is Zarius dodging sand in the air.
Zarius would be horrendous at it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta fix my stuff. Hold on. I almost forgot.
Wrong game.
Yep.
All right. So let's see where the creature is going to land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course. Okay. So the creature forms right next to Melodia. and seems like it is making her its target. And as the creature consolidates its form of sand, it begins to condense and press itself together until, and you can feel the heat coming off of it as it does so, until its body seems to form a glass-like substance. So let me show you guys what it looks like. So as it forms, this is the form that it appears to take.
Looks fun.
It's like a goal.
And with that, let's roll initiative.
Select your character before you roll.
Yes, make sure you hit on your character first. All right. So Ewan is up. Melodia is on deck. Monster in the hole. Even with a critical success, I can go first.
I too have a critical success. Well, which is good for me because I have advantage on during the first round of combat against anything that hasn't gone yet. This is the only motherfucker here, so it's good that I went before. Well, so let's hit this thing with the boomerang a couple times. With advantage. Seems good.
Okay.
Seems less good.
Okay. So just making sure, see what immunities and resistances it has. All
It
right,
doesn't matter.
so
This boomerang does whiplash damage.
so both of those hit.
Oh, nice.
So that's 15 and 17, so 32.
And then I'll just do bonus action punch at once. Just a regular old punch.
All right, so that one hits as well.
I believe I have my shard back after the fight with the fuckheads.
Uh,
I know it
Yeah,
it
yeah,
started
I got
eating
it to
but we got it
regurgitate
back.
it.
Yeah, yeah. Perfect. All right. That's it for me.
all right. Melodia is up. Monster on deck. Lux in the hole.
Okay. So I'm still. So do I click on the attack to do it? Is that how this works?
So when you are in your character sheet,
Yep.
what are
I mean, I'm pretty much locked into this position. So I'm gonna attack with the short sword.
okay? So you're gonna drop your bow and take out your short sword.
Yeah.
Okay. And then which so you're just gonna use your short sword attack.
Yeah. So, I just
yeah,
click on
you
the.
just click on that.
Okay.
Wait,
Oh,
That was only damage though.
yeah.
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense. Let's see what that's all about.
Auto hit. Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Or-
Did you just click on the damage or did you click on short sword?
I clicked on the damage. Click on the short sword.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, so that hits.
Okay,
Doesn't seem to be very effective though.
okay. And then
Did you roll for Pantone?
for initiative,
Yeah.
it says that he goes on my turn right after me,
Oh,
unless we
okay.
do, unless we do it differently. But no, I didn't.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, can I attack on a diagonal or do I have to be?
No, you can. He's
Okay.
within 5 feet. So
Okay,
yeah.
okay. He is going to do an elemental bite.
Okay. What is the elemental type?
Oh, he's going to do fire.
Okay.
He's summoned it as a
So-
fire one.
So so that you know, fire is now locked in
Yes, I know.
until-
Yeah,
for
Oh,
until it's redone.
yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So your Pantone's attack also seems to be less effective than you would expect it to be.
Okay.
Anything else you want to do?
No.
Okay. Oh, and I forgot.
But did it look like the fire and the bite did anything?
It did look like it did something, but also with its strange anatomy, you can't really tell necessarily if it's like hurting it per se, but I mean, it seems to be like cracking its glass frame somewhat.
Nonetheless, that would make the branded one smile.
Also, I forgot to roll on Bird's turn. Or I mean on Frank's turn. Or, God damn it, Ewan. I forgot to roll on Ewan's turn. And it activated. So in response to taking this damage, it spontaneously explodes. So everybody within 15 feet, give me a dexterity saving throw. So that's everybody except the branded one.
Hmm.
Oh, good grief. There goes action point number one.
Man. Do you take half damage on that yet?
No. I don't, I'll have to look. I don't think so.
Do you mean like the
Evasion.
evasion?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, 7th level. Okay.
All right. So yeah, so if you saved, you only take 11. If you did not save, you take 22 slashing damage. And it is now in as it is exploded, the glass form is no longer there, and it looks like to be a creature made of shifting sand.
The branded one smile fades.
So and then it's the creature's turn. Wait, where did my so it is first going to see if that ability recharges. Does not. Um. So it is going to use a bonus action to reform, and it once again looks like it is made of glass, and it begins striking at Ewan. First attack.
Uh-huh.
And then second attack. Miss. And then that's its turn. And then. So Lux is up, branded one on deck, blade in the hole.
Hmm. Move up there, bonus action, activate Morar, and I'm gonna whack it.
Okay.
It's gonna be that kind of night.
Yeah, it's a miss, unfortunately.
Okay, second attack.
That one's a hit.
All right.
Anything else?
I'm gonna crouch down so the Brandon one can shoot over my head.
All right. Brandon one is up, blade on deck, Trebek in the hole.
I will move here. And then I am going to, remembering this time, which I didn't last time, that I have a whole feat to negate fire resistance. I'm gonna shoot it with scorching rays.
That one's a miss. That one's a hit. That one's a hit. And what does it look like when you does the flame look like it changes to be more effective?
I mean, I would imagine that when you see his scorching rays, like you have to sort of be familiar with the spell to understand it, but usually a scorching ray is just like almost like a line with like a little dart head at the front of fire, and his are more like crackling and expansive flames. Like it looks like it probably would hurt just to be near it as it streaks over the top of Lux's head. One of which, however, misses and slams into the wall.
All right. Anything else you want to do?
No, that's it.
All right. Blade is up, Trebek on deck, Ewan in the hole.
Blade's gonna pull out his crossbow. Not wishing to join the party to secure one of the corner spots, the corner spot that is still open. He pulls out his crossbow, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to aim and my action to fire.
Okay. Because there is a crowd of people around your target, it is going to get half cover.
Okay.
Okay, that's a hit. Are you using a regular bolt or silver?
Silver.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roll sneak attack. 22 piercing damage.
Okay.
as a silvered bolt flies past Ewan's shoulder, striking the glass form.
All right. Anything else you want to do?
That's all I can do. I can't move.
Okay.
Take an aim action.
Trebek is up, you and on deck, Melody in the hole.
Who's got your back?
Yeah,
I
who
can
wants
go.
to play him tonight?
Unless somebody else wants to.
I mean, you're used to it.
So he will attack with his, he doesn't know. He might think this is a fiend. He is going to attack with Heaven's Fall. But miss.
Heaven's Fall slams into the ground as the thing writhes away from the impact. Anything else Trebek is doing?
No, that's it.
All right. Ewan is up, Melody on deck, monster in the hole.
Well, if it works, then stick to it. So I'm just gonna keep hitting this thing.
It's a hit. That's a hit.
And then do I want to do anything extra right now? Yeah, I'll just do a good old bonus action. Oh, yeah, I don't have any more superiority dice. I don't think we took a short rest. So, yeah, I'll just punch it.
Okay. And that's a hit. All right. Anything else?
Nope, I don't want to move, so I'll sit here.
Okay. Melody is up, monster on deck.
Gonna keep on
And-
wailing on him on his from behind.
Okay, that's a hit.
Okay. And then I'm gonna have Pantone start moving out over there. That table's not there anymore, right?
Uh,
I think that's the one you were using for cover that got thrown against the
yeah,
wall
it
or
was
something.
thrown
Yeah.
across the room, yeah.
How do I move?
You just drag and drop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or you
Or
can
you can
select
use
it and you
arrows.
can use
You have to
arrow at
s-
the arrows.
he's on the ruler. He needs to go back to the
Oh,
select.
whoops. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, so as Pantone moves away, it does draw an attack of opportunity. So
Okay.
it is gonna strike at Pantone. And does an 18 hit Pantone?
I believe that is. Yeah, 18 is his armor, so yeah.
You know what? Fuck it. Sentinel.
There we go.
Okay. That's
So
a hit.
those 12 damage, right? These Hawk.
Yes.
Okay.
Lashes out. There's the weird dragon thing. And it's like, hey, over here, asshole. Fucking
So
bash
what
it
does
again.
Pantone do other than move?
I mean, I think he's just moving because he can't really, I mean, he has a breath attack, but that'd be hitting a lot of people and I don't want to do that.
Okay.
So I think he's just getting out of there. He's that first blast thing. He got pretty freaked out by that. So he's running away from that.
All right. So then Ragrite is gonna go. It once again, well, first of all, let's see if it recharges its ability. It does recharge. And once more, it changes from glass to sand. And as it does, it discorporates and recorporates right next to the branded one. And actually not next to the branded one, over the branded one.
Like it's on top of him.
It's in its sand form and it's swirling around the branded one, using the force of the sand to grate at his skin, as well as attempting to force its way into his nose and mouth and eyes.
And other orifice.
We've been here
and then
before with the ooze, though.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if Mike ever told you about that character, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah, he made me watch the video.
So at the end of its turn, branded one, you take 10 bludgeoning damage. It doesn't need to make the attack since it's occupying your space. And then that's its turn. So next we have Lux is up, branded one on deck, blade in the hole.
So is it swirling? Is it a bunch of sand swirling around him?
Yeah.
Okay. So I reach in my pack and pull out my bag of holding and drop a bunch of shit, and I run over there and I stick the bag out like this to try to catch some of it.
Okay.
Everything's possible with an action point.
Hell yeah.
I don't even know if I would require an action point for that, because this seems like what a bag of holding is made to do. So I'll say Lux, make me an attack roll. Or yeah, an attack roll. Unarmed strike attack is fine. Okay. You do get a good amount of sand in the bag of holding. Whether it seems to be any sufficient amount, can't tell, but because it is a bag of holding, all of the sand that goes in has nowhere to go because it can't will itself out. You have to pull it out. So yeah, you guys just watch Lux begin to try and catch the sand with the bag of holding. Branded one, you're up, blade on deck, Trebek in the hole.
So, the easiest way to do this. So I assume if I'm here, right, and I burning hands in this direction, can I do it without hitting Lux?
Yeah,
That's what I will do then.
okay, so it manages to save, so it takes half damage. Anything else you want to do?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna back up over to here.
Okay. Luckily, while it's in its sand form, it can't take actions like that, so.
That's what I was
it doesn't
guessing.
Draw an attack of opportunity. Blade, you're up, Trebek on deck, you in the hole.
Blade is going to take the same action where he is going to aim using a bonus action. And I'm gonna hold my action part for when the sand creature of turns into its glass form.
Okay,
So that'll be my turn.
all right. Trebek is up, you and on deck, Melodia in the hole.
Let's see. Uh, the Trebek is gonna move up here and then with Heaven's Fall in his hand, use his guiding bolt and, and probably miss.
It does miss. There's
I
a parting
I
of the
swear,
sand.
Frank, Trebek has been super effective in the past.
I believe it.
So the sand parts, leaving a hole in the center of mass where the guiding bolt would have struck, and it instead strikes the wall beyond. Ewan, you're up, Melodia on deck, monster in the hole.
So this thing is like swirling, or has it reconfigured itself yet? Can't tell.
It's still like a swirling amorphous sand figure, but it's not like diffuse like it was when it was spinning around the room.
All right. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think that perhaps what I'll do is see if maybe I'm gonna like it since it's swirling, can I maybe try and spot a core of some kind, like something that it's focal points, everything revolves around this grain of sand, some shit bullshit, right?
You can use an action to take the search action, and then you'd make an investigation.
Yeah, I'm
check.
fine with that. Investigation or perception? I don't know.
Investigation.
Damn. This doesn't help my investigation at all. I was hoping to use it. But I can use a moxie to give myself advantage. So I think I will do that. Investigation. Hmm.
Unfortunately, the sand is just swirling too great. Don't know if you see anything within it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Is that thing bonus action? No, just as I make the check. Okay. uh. I don't know if you specify my bonus action has to be like a fist attack. Probably, I guess. I don't know. I know the monk's ability is like that, so I figured it was going to be mirroring that. Similar,
Do you have an ability like that where you can just use a bonus action for an attack?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you take the attack action. So you didn't take. The
Oh
attack
yeah, I
action.
didn't. Yeah, it is like that. Yeah. So all good. Yeah. Then that's fine. We'll yeah, we'll just brace up then. So I'll use a second moxie to brace up, and then that'll give me temporary hit points, and I'll be done.
Okay.
14. Oh, wait, I already had temporary hit points. Fuck. No, they would have been consumed. So, oh, because I was hit. So I now have 14.
Okay.
We're good.
Melodia, you're up. Monster on deck. Lux in the hole.
I'm gonna pick up my bow. Is that full action?
It's an object interaction, but you need to put your sword away.
Yeah,
which
so
is either sheathing is also an object interaction. So you can drop your sword and pick up your bow.
Yeah, I'll drop my sword, pick up my bow.
Okay.
And can I move at all after that, or is that my turn then?
No, you still have a
Oh, okay.
move action, bonus action, and action.
Okay. I'm going to move right up here. And I'm gonna wait once again until he becomes crystalline. Getting my bow trained on him.
Okay.
And then Pantone is going to move up to here, which is 40 feet of movement. And hang out there.
Okay. So the monster kind of glides right here. And then it uses its bonus action to reform into solid glass. So Blade and Melodia, both of your actions trigger. So you can use your reactions to make those attacks.
All right. Pew.
And
16.
both hit. And now, let's see.
Nice max damage.
And the impact from Blade's crossbow kind of embeds itself in some of the glass. Melodia's arrow hits it in just such a way that there is a flash and it explodes.
Of course it does.
Ooh. So everybody within 15 feet, give me a dexterity saving throw. So that's just Ewan, Pantone, and Lux. All right, so Ewan saves. So Ewan, you only take 16. Pantone fails. So Pantone takes 32. And Lux succeeds. So you take nothing. and then it's once more in its sand form. And then since you're right there, Lux, it then envelops you in sand. And so now you take 15 bludgeoning damage. As it swirls around you. Did Pantone die?
Oh, yeah.
What happened? What does it look like when Pantone dies?
It is similar to the same kind of green burst when he appeared. Except this time, if anyone looks, you see yeah, Melodia's taken it very hard, like not in a good kind of way, like a dagger to the heart, more so than like I honestly don't know. Have you guys played with Rangers in your in this campaign yet?
Not, you're muted, Kurt.
Regardless, she is not, like, you see tears starting to stream down her face, and not in a good way.
So
If
it's
she
like,
if she was a multi-classing barbarian, she'd be raging right now.
so she kind of drops to her knees and goes,
Yeah, pretty much.
She an ugly crier.
Oh, yeah, it's not pretty.
just the ugliest.
Yeah. She's not wearing a mascara, but somehow it's running.
It's all the dirt, fucking sand.
All right, so Lux, you're up. Branded one on deck, blade in the hole.
Have I managed to catch any of the sand? Do I know if this is even working?
You caught a pretty good amount of it. So if you were to keep it up, it could possibly be very effective.
But I don't know, when it reformed, did it look normal?
Do you mean, did it look mostly the same as it did before
Yeah,
when it was in its glass form?
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no, you would say it was a bit smaller.
Okay.
I think it normally has 4 arms in his class form. It only had 3.
Let's see. Well, do you want me to roll to try to catch more sand since I'm enveloped in it?
You could do so with advantage since it's purposely around you.
I shall do that. Oh, like 15. Wonderful.
So you are able to capture more sand, and at this point, you do notice that there seems to be some kind of core that is now apparent after Lux has removed a sufficient amount of sand.
I'm going to burn high or key point and disengage from this thing.
You don't need to burn a key point. It can't. It won't
Oh,
be
okay, it
able
can't?
to. Yeah. While it's in a
Okay.
sand form, it can't make a direct attack.
I'm going to move up here.
Anything else you want to do?
Just think I probably should have run and comfort Melodia and tell her that it's all right. It's just part of the cruel and unusual circumstances we find ourselves in.
At least his head wasn't cut off.
Shit. Okay, that's it.
All right, branded one is up. Blade on deck. Trebek in the hole.
Oh, I don't have any third level spell slots. Just a question, although I don't have the spell slot to cast Fireball. Do you play, if I were to cast Fireball in this enclosed space, would it just expand, like kill the whole room?
Only if the radius of fireball covered the entire room.
Right, so it's 20-foot radius.
So we don't have to do trigonometry.
And as a reminder, you can exchange action points for spell slots.
Right, I don't know that it's worth an action point for that, but it is good to know. So I'm just gonna use a blessed flare on the creature, on the
Okay.
flying sand. Uh-oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
uh-oh.
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 All right, let's bring up
98.
What was that? What was that about the room exploding?
God damn it.
Wheel of
What I-
Morality. Turn,
you know what
turn,
I-
turn. Show us the lesson that we must learn.
You know what I don't like is this right here. Or that I'm right in the path. I do not like that at all.
All right, so
Trebek slowly tries to inch away as he sees this going wrong.
all enemies adjacent to an attacker can make an immediate attack. The enemies can use a weapon or spell, but okay, so there's no enemies around you. But yeah, I do like the fact that Ewan is in the way, so Ewan, you
Don't
take
go
10
fuck
radiant
yourself.
damage.
Wow, there you go.
You mean Trebek doesn't have like the last remnants of that that boiling blood effect that and he doesn't swing out?
Wait, what? Oh, the yes,
Yeah,
no,
but-
Trebek seems chill,
All right. Fine.
but
Will I take
yeah,
10? Jesus.
yeah. Well, should it be maxed?
Why would that
Would
make
a crit-
sense?
Would a crit fail? No, that's fine.
You sure?
So that was my action.
So
shot
Ewan
Ewan?
gets hit in the back of the head with a flare.
Mhm.
And so then I will, oops, wrong tool.
You gonna say something?
Not at the moment.
Fuck.
Get
And
out
I
of
will
my
move-
way.
I will move forward and use a sorcery point to
Serves you
quickly
right.
cast a second level cure wounds.
Oh, he's passive aggressive. Okay.
So if you look in my direction, then I might, then I
100%.
definitely would say, sorry.
Inside check.
Yeah, you can tell I am sorry that I missed my shot.
Yeah,
I am mildly embarrassed.
yeah. All right. Yeah, I get what.
All right, blade is up. Trebek on deck. Ewan in the hole.
So it's still in this sand form swirling above.
Yeah.
in the corner. You know, because we're in a room for S and Gs, I'm gonna shoot a crossbow bolt at the at the sand cloud anyway. Because presumably if it goes through, unless it just totally splinters on the side, I should be able to retrieve it. Assuming we have time to.
So Ewan, did you communicate to the others the core?
I don't imagine I've quite had a chance to yet. It
Okay.
literally just showed up, so
Okay.
I
He
see
was-
it and then I'm blasted in the back of the fucking head.
Right, he was just about to, and then
Yeah.
got shot in the face. with a-
Just like turn around, like what the hell?
The branded one pulled a Dick Cheney.
Yeah. God damn it, Dick.
I'm trying to pick up the Dr. Sheev slack.
You know what, though, as evil as Dick Cheney was, I mean, it's kind of baller that he shoots somebody in the face and that guy apologizes to Dick Cheney for the trouble that it's cost him. All right, Brandon, or Blade, so that's a hit.
Yeah.
There's
And
nobody around, so you don't have sneak attack.
yeah. Probably should have done insightful fighting first.
Anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action. I should have done insightful fighting as my bonus action first. But I will do it now just so that I have it. Don't have to worry about it for next turn.
Okay.
Insight check against contested passive deception. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's an easy win. So you have your insight.
Okay, I see the way the sand moves and it's in a pattern.
Yes. And with your insightful fighting, you then see that the swirling sand is trying to obscure a core within it. But so much sand has been removed by Lux that now the core is pretty apparent.
Okay, sweet. And that'll that'll be my turn.
Okay. Ewan, you're up. Melodia on deck, monster in the hole.
Yep, Trebek.
Wait, did I skip Trebek? Okay, yeah, Trebek is up, Ewan on deck, Melodia in the hole.
He will go there and then he's gonna shoot it with the, well, he will drop Heaven's Fall and then draw and shoot the Rifle of the Damned.
That's a hit. Anything else he's doing?
Nope.
All right.
All right.
Why do I keep doing that? Ewan is up, Melodia on deck, monster in the hole.
It's basically I'm gonna sort of time it. I'm gonna watch the swirl and time it and then lunge forward to grab it, whatever that it's focusing on. It's swirling around.
Okay. Make me an unarmed strike with disadvantage. You managed to grab it.
Can I try and like what is it? Can I crush it?
So it appears to be some kind of like spiky. It's not really a gemstone. It looks like some kind of rock formation almost, but it has these spikes that protrude out from it at different angles, and some of them are like kind of curved. It's almost a little reminiscent of like maybe a sea anemone, or not sea anemone, the
Urchin.
urchin, yeah. But not as many spines. And as you grab it, you feel a pull of force resisting your attempt to, if you're trying to pull it out of the swirling sand. And also that the sand is beginning to swirl faster. And you can feel the sand ripping at the flesh of your arm as it does so.
Throw it into Lux's bag.
All right, so sorry, my kid was talking to me.
Goddamn kids.
Goddamn kids.
Mhm.
Well, I have it, so I'm just gonna try and yank it out. I mean, yeah,
Okay.
why else am I here? But to fuck this thing up.
Give me an athletics check.
Oh, fuck you, no. I'm action point that motherfucker. Oh,
You
I
don't
guess
need
I don't
to.
have to.
All right, so it just fails. So you are able to pull it from the center of mass. The creature goes a little nuts, and immediately in reaction to this, it suddenly collapses into its glass form. And you can see that it's about to concentrate all of its efforts at getting it back.
I'd like to crush it, please.
That is going to be, you can tell that it is very hard.
That's what she said.
But go ahead and give me an
Hashtag Pornhub.
athletics check.
A what? Athletics check again?
Athletics, yeah.
Production check.
That's better.
Okay. So you really try to crush it in your hand, but it's not so easily crushed.
I mean, I got a bludgeoning weapon in my hand.
Yes, but that's not what you said. You said you wanted to crush it.
Oh, well, I'm
So
gonna hit-
you're
I'm
so
going to hit it now.
Ewan is basically
Fuck
I will
this.
crush you.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'll just then try and hit it with the boomerang. The thing.
well,
in my hand.
you use an attack to grab it.
Uh-huh.
I would say another attack to try and crush it.
Uh-huh. I've taken the attack action, bonus action.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if nothing else, it's just I'm just gonna hang on to this son of a bitch. So oh wait, bonus action is only a punch. I don't know if that's well, I mean I'm punching the fucker anyway, so fuck it.
It's the spikes.
Yeah, who cares?
Okay, so you crack it. It's not completely broken, but you can see after doing that, a crack has formed in it.
Okay. Well, then I will take up a posture so that that arm is the hand that's holding it is like away from him.
Okay.
How big is this thing?
It's like 7 feet tall.
No, the thing in my hand.
Like somewhere between a golf ball and a baseball.
Okay. So it might be apparent then that I'm fucking holding something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll hold it like back behind me, basically, so that maybe somebody else can come up and get it from me, and fucking do
Okay.
something with it.
Melodia, you're up. Monster on deck. Lux in the hole.
Okay, I am going to use one of my spell slots to resummon Pantone, which I can if I'm not resting. And I'm gonna summon him as a water version. How this looks is I'm viewing that the tears are literally streaming from her face, and as they're hitting the grounds, a water version of him appears in front of me. I'm assuming he cannot move or take an action this turn. Is that correct?
What does the ability say? You can
Um,
click on it and it should come up into the chat.
Yeah, one
If you
second.
click the little like talk
There it
box
is.
next to the ability.
All right, there's that. All right. I think that's it.
So it doesn't say anything about whether or not it can act, so I'm gonna assume it can act immediately.
Although it does say you perform a ritual that takes an hour.
So that's
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
so. Yeah, it takes an
Oh,
hour
okay.
and expends a spell slot. If you want to
Oh,
use an
okay.
action point, you can have it reduced to a single action.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And
And
you
we
only
have
get two
two,
action
yeah.
points per session.
Yep,
It's use them or lose them. They
Yep.
don't carry over and they refill at the start of every session.
got it.
So, but Pantone can act immediately.
Okay.
So you're
So
using your action to cast that spell. And you still have a bonus action and a move action for you,
Yep.
as well as an action, a move action, and bonus action for Pantone.
can you go on dead creatures, or is that
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Pantone's gonna run up here and he is going to use his Drake breath attack, or I forgot exactly what it's called. And so there it is.
Okay.
And it's water.
You mean cold?
Or yeah, sorry. Using Pokemon terms.
All right. It fails. So it takes 8 cold damage. Okay.
And then
Anything else?
sort of went out of order. Can I still take a shot or no?
No, use your action to
Yeah,
cast the
then
spell.
that is it.
Okay. All right. Monster is up. Let's see if it recharges its ability.
Did it look like it took that full cold?
It did.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't recharge. So it is going to focus its attacks on Ewan. So first attack. I assume a 15 misses. Oh, Ewan's not here. It does miss. And then second. That one hits. So he takes 23 damage. All right. Lux is up. Branded one on deck. Blade in the hole.
So Ewan is holding something the size of like a baseball.
A little bit smaller than a baseball, yeah.
Between a
And-
golf
and
ball and
you-
a baseball, so tennis ball.
And you probably would have seen Ewan pull it out of the creature while it was in its swirling sand form.
Okay, is it still in its swirling sand form? Or-
No, it's
in
currently in its
glass.
glass form, which happened once Ewan was able to successfully pull it out from the swirling sand.
Okay, let's see. I can run over here and try to grab that thing from him and stick it in the bag of holding.
Okay. So the minute that you stick it into the bag of holding, the creature begins to stagger and the cracks begin to form all throughout it. And then it's like kind of like that scene in Terminator 2 at the T-1000 where it's like and then it starts to shatter explosively. So it releases one last forget-me-not for those within 15 feet.
Nice.
So Trebek, Melodia, and Begnug are safe.
Had to come up to try to heal Ewan. Never making that mistake again.
Tony,
Yeah, what's up?
the creature struck at you one of the times hitting for 23 damage. And then Lux came up and took the thing you were holding and put it in the bag of holding. And in response, the monster exploded. And this time is not reforming, but you got to give me a dexterity saving throw.
And there may be a mini one in the bag of holding now because there was plenty
Yeah,
of sand in there.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, isn't that feels bad?
Also, Bird, roll Pantone saving throw again.
Okay.
Okay. Pantone manages to take no damage from that attack.
So, alright, double check it. What's the damage? What have I taken?
So you took 23 from the last assault, and then you have a potential of taking 34 more damage from the explosion. Okay, so you only take 17 damage. So Lux and Pantone escaped unscathed. Branded one took 17. Ewan took 17. How did Trebek do?
Rebecca's
Or
20 feet
Trebek was
away.
outside of it. That's right. All right. And then it is finito. So there's a silence within the room as the sand falls, and that strange kind of ringing silence after a very loud explosion.
You would probably just take a second, make sure fucking nothing else is gonna happen. Fucking hate this place. Never a moment's peace.
What was that creature? Melodia. Your name is. Is it not?
It's been guarding me for months, it seems like.
Does Melodia have cuts? Like, cause we saw this thing. This thing like almost like send shrapnel and like kind of cut everyone up. Does Melodia, is she like covered in like nicks and cuts and scars from this?
From the battle.
From before. Like she was being guarded by this thing.
Yes, yeah, she looks like malnourished. She's been a prisoner for, it looks like, an extended amount of time. She tells you that I've been here for what seems like months. I've seen many other people come and go. They've been the Zorn have kept me captive. The D's, I'm sorry, what was this thing's name? Sand thing?
It's a frag, right? Though you
Okay.
might, so you
Or the Guardian, or
you picked up some Terran, so you would know what these things refer to themselves as. So
okay.
so yeah, so Zorn and frag, right? You'd know.
Okay, so the Guardian, but the Guardian was just that, it was a Guardian, but the Zorn were the ones that were running experiments, and they've been trying to develop a way to make soul coins from people. That's what they had me for. Then they figured out I can summon my my friend here, and they just kept on letting me summon him back and forth, and just ate him for food.
So
Do
hold
you
on.
know if they had any success making soul coins?
It doesn't seem like it. No, at least from the frequency of the people that have come in and out, it doesn't seem like it. No. I know they tried the larger Zorn, the one with the belt. He seemed to be the one sort of leading the group a little bit, but I think it was, or I forgot how to click, but that one, the one with the flexing guy on it. But he was the one that seemed to be in charge, and he was. I've only ever been privy to that little chamber that I was in. I don't know the rest of the layouts. I don't know, can't tell you any more information, but I know that they were trying to get soul coins. I know they couldn't from me or anyone else that I saw.
You know how they were controlling this Guardian thing?
I suspect the Guardian was just another elemental.
Mm. Maybe.
So
hold on.
so with all the other creatures and people and that they brought in, it seemed like the bones are what they were looking for and testing on. So
I'm not testing on eating.
sorry. That it's not so much the flesh, it's the bones.
Well, there are probably more of them in the chambers below.
Yes, and I do remember seeing some other creatures as well. Not as often, but some smaller little creatures, and just creatures with multiple legs running, walking around.
So your familiar doesn't just like poof away when it dies?
They were logistically, I don't know.
Yeah,
Apparently not.
Yeah.
right. We got two of your dead familiars just sitting on the floor here.
Yeah.
It's like Thor's goats. Thor
Yeah.
would like eat his magic goats at night, and then
I'm going to say that they
Summon him.
were eating him before he died fully, that they were
They kept him
disemboweling
alive.
him. Yes, they ate him alive.
That is even more disturbing. So before we go deeper into this creature, I'm going to use a 4th level spell slot.
And Melodia also says, I can also provide some healing if needed.
So first I'll do it on myself. So
Yeah,
who
I-
is beat up?
I'm gonna need to take 5 anyways, but. I'm definitely below half.
By the way, Peter, for the creative use of the bag of holding, you get a bonus action point.
Okay.
It's for Ewan. More for Ewan.
How many times can you use that? The healing?
It'll be 10 times total, so 5
Okay.
more.
Okay, because I'm just over half.
So this will be for Lux. How badly are other people injured?
Pantone's fine. I'm only down maybe about 11 points, so I'm pretty much fine.
I guess Vagnog's uninjured.
Yeah, or Blade is uninjured. So he's just hanging, he just comes up to not be on the other side of the room by himself.
So 7,
So-
7, 10, and 6, that's what, 30? I think.
Yeah,
14, 20,
Yeah,
30.
and another one on me then.
I'm still down 20 hit points.
I mean, I have
And how much is Lux down?
I'm just down 6, so I'm fine.
Okay, so I'll use the last 2 on you and then
oh,
not because I feel bad that I pounded him in the back of the head.
So you guys have already taken one short rest today. So do you want to take your final short rest now, or do you want to save it?
I mean, most of my resources are spent.
I'm good, but
I could go either way. Yeah. Blade's just gonna follow the group in this one. Since he's not injured at all.
Yeah, unless I short rest, I have 1 moxie left. For the rest of the day, for the rest until we rest.
I'm guessing we should probably rest them.
I sort of feel like we're gonna go one more room and then we're gonna wish we had a short rest.
By the way, Blade, you may, because there's a couple of abilities on your character sheet that I don't think you've used yet, particularly uncanny dodge. So I want to just draw your attention to it to make sure that you're aware of it.
Yeah.
His preference is to not get hit.
Yeah, I try not to get hit. Exactly. But I've used it before.
Okay.
It's just been a little, knock on wood. It's been a little bit since I've gotten hit.
Okay. All right. So you guys are deciding not to take a short rest.
Well, I was just the last person to speak. I don't think that means I win. Well, I will leave it up to Ewan. If he wants the short rest, we can.
I would prefer it.
No, then we will.
Short rest it is. Vegnog is going to, while they're resting, he's going to walk around and collect as many of the bolts as he can that he fired at the fragmite.
So you are always able to recover half of your ammunition because it's assumed that some of it is broken or lost. but you're always able to recover half.
Okay.
Oh.
Sounds good.
So since you guys are taking a short rest, you can spend
Spend
hit
hit
dice
dice.
if you want to heal yourselves.
Is can oh, I guess nobody's a bard in this party. I was confusing Lux with Aurelia for a second there.
Yeah, no song of rest today.
So when I reach my hand into the bag of holding, is there a whirling sandstorm in there?
So with the way that the bag of holding works, you don't feel anything in there unless you call upon it. And once you call upon it, then it empties from the bag. And you can, or you can grasp it in your hand or empty it from the bag. So the only way that you would be able to know if that's happening is if you summon it from the bag, which would allow it to be free.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I wouldn't do that then. I'm gonna put the random items that I dumped out back in the bag.
Okay.
So could she put the bag over somebody's head and then call on this elemental?
Anything's possible with an action.
Why am I suddenly remembering Wicker Man with Nick Cage with the bees?
So I only shot my bow once. How do you want me to see if I got that one arrow back?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So we are just going to storm downstairs, open the hatch and go.
How do you, I'm sorry, how do you ping or draw, or is there,
You just hold it down on the,
we also have that door too over here.
I'm not sure I want to go there.
Yeah, and I will say, I have no idea what's over there, so.
But we just used our short rest. So.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Melodia's gonna go over there. Can I listen against the door?
yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
All right.
I was debating still, but yeah, I'm gonna use it.
Oh, no, sorry, wrong one.
Yeah, you don't hear
Yeah.
anything. You just hear the sound of your own blood pumping.
Okay. Did I get anything from persuading the door?
You persuaded it to stay shut.
Got it, okay.
Forgot Trebek.
Well, do you guys want to go down or to the left?
I think we should go to the left if we're going down at any point. I wouldn't want something to come out while we were downstairs.
I agree. If there are more prisoners, it would be good to free them. Or at least see if they are worth freeing.
Sell up on his door.
Yep, and Vegnoggle, or not Vegnoggle, Blade will pull out, this time he will don the shield, his shield of the Hidden Lord and the sword, and have his sword out.
Okay.
Learning the lesson from the last door we opened.
Uh,
Uh-oh, he's clearing the initiative.
By the way, for your character sheet, Dustin, with the Sword of Warning, I put it in there as an offhand attack so that if you decided to forego the shield and use 2 swords, that would automatically be like an offhand version.
Sounds good.
Um,
That works. I don't know if I'm going to. It's just nice to have it on your person for the advantage.
yeah. All right. Another door.
That's sort of what I expected. I will crack the door.
Before you crack the door, Ewan and Branded One, give me perception checks.
Now I get to add that D4, just in case. Perception. Let's roll.
Okay. Message coming to Ewan. You read it,
Yeah,
Tony?
yeah. Is this a familiar sensation? Like a static?
That's a fair assessment.
I'll just put my hand on Branded One's shoulder and say, hold on. Just like look at I just look at my show my luminous tubes and see how they're sort of like standing on end. Feels a bit staticky over here. Be very, very careful. Perhaps we should make the dexterous ones move. and
As
open
soon
this
as
door.
you say be very, very careful, I just turn around and walk out.
Is do Warforge have to worry about static electricity? I've never really thought about it. I guess I would assume it to some level there, that it should have been factored into their creation, but
I mean, in terms of how a Warforged experiences static electricity, they may notice it when their armor sparks when it builds up a static charge. Every so often, it's a like not an unpleasant sensation, but in terms of any potential negative effects, you're not resistant to lightning damage, so
yeah.
Nonetheless, Brad would say, Lux, Blade, we probably need the two of you to be up front since you can more easily dodge whatever's going to come out of that door.
Ah, yes. I shall dodge whatever comes out and it will come out right behind, right over me and hit you.
That is a good point.
I will gladly dodge and I will gladly move out of the way, whatever comes out. But you should probably move out the way as well.
You just stay and put you in, you're gonna go in with them?
No, I'm gonna back up, I guess. Is there an actual chest here?
Yes, that's where all the gems were.
That's right, that's right. I remember now.
Alright, who's opening the door?
Vegnog has got his shield out and his sword, the opposite of retracted, extended. That's the word, and his sword extended.
Okay.
Lux, you open door, I will rush in.
Does it open in this way or out that way?
It
Don't-
opens out.
Okay, so
No
I
reason to rush. No reason to rush. Just stand
push it
ready.
enough to feel like I unlatch it and push it open and kind of step to the side.
Okay. And so since you open the door, Lux, you have a bigger chance to have been affected, so yeah, it's gonna go after you. So as you both open the door, arcs of lightning begin to fill the room, and you can see electricity is just running wild over the entire area. And in fact, Lux, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Ugh. Oh, I do have another action point. I shall use it. Much better.
Okay. So you take no damage as an arc of lightning attempts to fry you. But you both are very presently aware that the longer that you stay here, the more electricity you invite to potentially lash out at you, as this is very much this and this, they are very much live wires that are just running rampant, like wildly swinging throughout the room.
Okay.
Let's close the door.
Step back.
Well, that room is we cannot go in. Not until we find a way to disable live wires running all over the floor. It is sparking with electricity.
Hmm.
So at least we know nothing that is of a non-electrical elemental sort will not be coming from that room.
I so I Frank don't remember, but Melodia probably does. Wasn't there some kind of machine in that room that I was a prisoner in?
There was something that looked like a machine.
And
on the map.
I know we just all sort of left really quick because the Guardian showed up.
Yeah, I mean, there were several machines. There was one in the center of the room, and on the floor, more runes drawn around it.
Okay.
And there are a number of nodules on the walls that have wires connected to them and to the machine and to each other throughout the room. So yeah.
I think I might go take a quick look at those after hearing about just actually probably hearing the cracking of electricity.
I mean, the Guardian's gone. We can look in there.
Let's do it.
Did we close that door back up?
We closed the direct door, but we can close the airlock door behind it.
Yeah, so you guys close the doors. They don't, I mean, you can lock them, but actually no, you can't lock them, but you can shut them.
So, I mean, I'm thinking we need something to get this going.
Uh,
So I will investigate the machine since I have Tinker Tool proficiency. To see if it will, to both, two things really, to try to figure out what it seems to do. It looks, if the map is accurate, it looks like it's got these little traces that lead over to the walls where the gems are, at least the blue gem. It's a little unclear about the green gem.
What,
And
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
And this one as well, and then the red one.
What color do you have all those gems you got? Were those colored?
That wasn't described. It was just a variety of them.
Okay.
It was suggested that they were probably food
Okay.
for the Zorn.
Yeah,
But the second question would be, does it look like there's like a soul coin slot or something to turn the machine on?
no, there's no soul coin slot. And as far as you can tell, just immediate sort of glance, it doesn't look like anything like the Infernal War Machines design, or there are no like mechanical similarities between the two. They're completely different technologies from what you can gather. The things in the walls, while they are gemstones, they're affixed in such a way that or maybe just because of the way they look, something about them clearly was unappetizing to the Zorn. Otherwise, they would have tried to pull them out. But they all seem to be relatively intact.
I suspect they have something to do with the running of this this machine we're in. And so they may have left them in place because they were needed, but
Mhm. The so you can give me a check. You can either use intelligence with tinker tools, or you can do arcana, but either way you can add a d4 since there's a synergy there.
pretty much the same either way. So I will use my tinker tools.
Okay. So it's hard to know for sure the purpose of this machine. But based on what you are looking at, and especially as you are sensing the magic that suffuses the wires and the machinery of it and the runes below it, it seems to be some kind of information processing, and it's clear that it extends to whatever might be below the floor, as the machine has pieces that seem to go into the floor, not anchored by them, but in like pipes and things like that.
So I would share that with people. We may have to go to the lower levels to investigate more of this machine. And then what does this thing look like?
Yeah, that is more unclear because there are, you can sense traces of magic kind of running residually through the wires, but there's less about the machine that makes it understandable as to its purpose. And the magic within the wires, it's such a small amount that you can't really sense what particular school of magic might be flowing through the wires.
So in any event, it doesn't seem as though it controls the power in the other room. Was there any sort of switch that you saw? Any sort of devices along the walls or otherwise in the other room?
Would I guess would we have seen anything from our vantage point? I mean, it was like a quick glance, but would there be anything that like would have obvious stuck out that kind of matches either these crystal wall gems, or
So I'll allow you and Lux to make a perception or investigation check. The DC is going to be a bit higher because of the small amount of time that you were glancing into the room.
yeah.
Nothing apparent that you could see.
Did not see anything. Unfortunately, there was too much electricity flying through air. Very dangerous.
Everybody give me an investigation check.
Nice.
Okay. And this is something that Melodia, you would have already been aware of. So you didn't even need to make the check, but you and Ewan both see very clearly that the rubble, the stone rubble in the room, some of it does appear to be like just broken rocks, some of them quite large, but there are also smaller pieces that seem to be broken statues.
Okay, I start,
And the specifically statues of like figures. You can see like arms or claws, pieces of that look like they might have been carved into eyes or various anatomical structures, but all of stone.
I'll see if I can find a head.
So you can find a piece of a head. Like it's probably like like Kano from Mortal Kombat, the metal part of his face.
Yeah.
You would find a section similar size and area of that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, I see if I could like try and piece together something.
Also,
can I help him with that? Like lend aid or?
no, because even like looking hard, there's not enough stone here that would lead you to believe that any of these statues were ever complete in this room.
Okay.
Also, after what Melodia said earlier, you do notice that this body seems to have been ripped open in such a way that its flesh has been left alone. It's been carved and its ribs have been ripped out of their spot. The flesh of the face is been peeled away and the skull has been taken. And you can see that some of the limbs have been ripped open, and the bones taken out.
Well, it tracks with what was said prior.
Just so I know, because I just don't know. How big is a soul coin? Is it like a quarter or is this like a coin?
About
The-
8
the
inches
big-
across, I think.
Okay,
6 to 8
okay,
inches across.
okay.
Fairly large.
Well, I think,
Actually, let's take a 5-minute break.
okay.
Alright.
Define ready. For what you're gonna do to us? Probably not.
All right. So, you and Melodia were trying to find pieces that you could connect and match up. You find a couple, but once again, doesn't appear that in this rubble, there's any whole statue that could be put together because there's just not enough. There's just a lot of remains of different kinds of statues.
Pantone definitely has a like femur in his leg and is just sort of like gnawing on it a little bit. I know it's stone, but he's just gnawing on it a bit.
No, the bone, I mean, there are no, you guys aren't seeing any bones. But
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
but if Pantone wants a bone, I'm sure she can
Yeah.
find one that has not yet been pulled out and pull it
Yeah.
out of the corpse if they want
Just,
to.
yeah. Just
You
just
mean-
just nibble.
You mean the corpses of the former familiars of Melodia? Okay.
Yeah, is it the same? Is it the
Circle of life,
same
I get it, okay.
Pantone or?
Yeah, it's the same Pantone, just it's a now a different element.
Talk about torture.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when you died right over there?
For the last countless months. Okay, well, I think our only option is either to go down or up.
We have been up.
Yeah.
I
And
think
before we do though, are these two crates actually in the room?
Yeah.
And is there anything in them?
Um, yeah, they look to be supply crates. So, if you open them, they were full of, this one right here was full of like perishable food items that have gone bad. And in this one, you actually notice an insignia on the box that indicates the property of House Cannith. And it looks like what would be in there?
House Cannith, is that the one that's?
So
The
they're
one
the
that
dragon
makes
mark.
things,
Yeah, they're the dragon house house of making.
which makes me wonder, did they make this robot that we're in? And then it just got sucked here somehow.
So Warforged were created by House Cannith. And you guys are aware from the previous campaign of Warforged Titans, which were an earlier form of Warforged. And it is fairly common knowledge that there were things called Warforged Colossi that existed at some point in the last war. But all of them were believed to have been destroyed as part of the last war, or lost or destroyed. So now that you saw the insignia of House Cannith, branded one, you could put together that this is probably one of those things. And yeah, it's another supply crate. Although, you know, it's nothing that would necessarily pique anybody's interest. It's not weapons or anything, just kind of supplies that you would expect to see in a barracks, maybe.
So I
we
guess we go down now.
At least one more level.
I will, however, dig through the crate of barrack supplies and find like a chamber pot, because I'm sure we need one for the vehicle. Rather than like pulling over every 15 minutes.
Not pulling over again. You should have gone the last time.
Hawk, you're muted.
I was saying, get up top, just pee off the roof.
Just go off the back.
That's assuming I have to pee.
Having tried to pee off the back of a boat before, it's actually kind of difficult because you're like fucking like because it's moving. So you're like, oh shit, you don't want to like fall.
Better to fall off the back of a boat while peeing
Yeah,
than a
yeah.
vehicle while in
Yeah.
Fernia. We might
Yeah,
not notice.
get
He's been
bucked.
peeing a really long time. Someone just go check.
He's been peeing for at least an hour.
All right, so is everybody working on going down?
Yeah, I'll
That's the
drag this
plan.
thing out the way.
Yeah. Is it a hatch to go down? That's why I thought it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the
I put the
Zorn,
Zorn on top of it.
and the Zorn is quite heavy because it's made of dense minerals. But two or three of you, certainly three of you together could move it out of the way.
I got the belt on.
We
Yeah,
really
with
only
the
have to
belt.
roll it anyway.
I got the strength of 10 men.
Or at least one hell giant.
All right. So you've moved it from the hatch. What do you do now?
I open the hatch.
Okay.
I back up.
I
Everyone
stand-
steps away.
I stand on I stand on the edge that like it, so I pull the hatch open towards me, right?
Okay, hold on one second.
Vegnog is gonna extend his blade and be ready.
Okay.
Be ready to potentially attack anything hostile that comes through.
Let me figure out the best way to do this. Alright, Okay, so I'm putting Trebek there so that you can see, because as you open the hatch, you're gonna have a very limited bit of light that actually you can see, but
Look
so
a
this
tube,
is
drop a tube down the hole.
so there is a ladder.
Do we hear anything? Like any sounds coming from this room?
Everybody can give me a perception check. Trebek whispers and says, I think I may have heard some breathing, but I don't know. It's very faint. I may have imagined it, but I should still be careful.
Let Lux and I go down. We are both. Well. Vecna, I mean, Blade doesn't actually know if Lux is sneaky. Or if she's just.
Well, if you send Lux down, how far down is it? And is there like a ladder?
There is a ladder. It is, if you had to guess, probably maybe 20, 25 feet down.
So if we send Lux down, Lux can immediately leap out of the hole if needed and back up to this level.
Lux, you should take a quick peek. We'll leave the door open in case you want to jump from back right away.
Okay. All right.
And I will cast light on Lux's ring of jumping. Taking it off my shield.
All right, let me.
All right. I will move down the ladder. I realize I'm lit up, but I'll at least try to move stealthily, so I'm not making too much noise.
Is
Oh,
like
that's right.
20 and 20.
You have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wouldn't cast light on you then.
Okay.
You don't need it. And
So-
yes, no, light is 20 and 20.
So just Lux is going down?
Yes, and I assume she's activating her ring before she goes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
I'll stand at the top, like just like ready in case she jumps back up. You could just like slow fall. You don't have to climb down. You could just
well,
float on down.
so it's set so that we're not going to see what Lux sees, but Lux will see what she sees. And so I'll put her where the lid is. I'm going to remove Trebek and put him back. And we're going to take Lux and move her there, and she can decide what she wants to do. Oh, and that's hold on. So Lux, you begin climbing down the ladder.
Okay. And then I see what I see,
Yeah.
and then I jump back up to where they are.
I'm gonna send something to you.
All right.
Well, what the hell was it?
Hold on.
It'd be a good time for grenades.
Mm,
Right.
yeah.
All right. Wait, one more thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And those like those are Zorn, right? No
Uh,
token. I don't know. I'm sort of kind of. No, I guess they're different. Okay. So yeah, Lux like tries to slowly climb down. It gets about like halfway down, looks into the room, and then jumps back up. There's some Zorn down there, some other smaller goblin-like creatures. They're waiting to pounce on us. Looks like some of them were actually standing on the ceiling.
Well, now we know we're here. And that we are right above them. Or at least it is confirmed, if they thought so already.
No. Question is, how do we proceed?
A grenade would be good.
Do you have one? So how do we proceed?
I mean, I could cast a single 4th level fireball. But I don't know. I myself didn't see where they were. And the ones on the ceiling might not be affected at all.
Well, I mean, we could also see about waiting them out.
I mean, we do have other things to worry about.
I'm wondering if they may try to. I'm wondering, Lux, did you see their numbers?
Well, there's at least 2 Zorn, maybe more.
I am,
And how many of the little goblins?
At least half a dozen.
And how, did you see how big the room was?
It looked fairly big. There's some sort of piece of machinery in the very back. Looked very large.
do we remember, or Blade might remember this, but I don't. The report, we heard a report of how many people were in the downstairs area. I don't remember if it was Melodia that was saying that, but we heard some number. Some number of people that were in it, or like of Zoran or creatures that were in the Colossus. Or am I misremembering something?
Yeah, I don't think I don't have that number.
Yeah, so Melodia was able to say that there were several Zorn, several of these goblin-like creatures, and another couple of creatures that look like they have at least 6 legs. But and then one like head honcho Zorn.
Yeah.
In terms of others, Melodia would know that these Zorn have captured many creatures. Some of them appear to be humanoid, though none like of the common races that you might see in Corvair. Others were clearly fiends, but they've been collecting creatures, experimenting on them, and eventually killing them to eat their bones and other things. Melodia was spared because she was able to summon Pantone, which they grew a fond taste for her bones. And also found it entertaining how devastating it was to force Melodia to repeat that over and over again.
Now, I'm not sure if it would affect the Zorn. Could we have a lot of kindling up here. Do you think we could smoke them out? We have a door. We have a door we can close. There's a wooden table. We have some bedrolls. We have some crates.
It's assuming that they need to breathe. I don't-
Yeah, that's an assumption.
It seems like they might need to eat, right? But
We don't know how much food they have, and we have the Popsicle the Coatl waiting for us.
yeah,
Might be able to smoke out the other creatures.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the goblins. I got a feeling the Zorn it wouldn't affect, but
well, I mean, what I forget who knows the Terran.
I do.
Yeah, like,
I do too.
I probably don't realize that, but
Oh
I
yeah.
just look to the branded one. Like, I mean, maybe you could taunt them, talk to them, do something. I don't know.
I
Coax
could
them
also
out.
put up a ring of fire around the ladder so that we could climb down relatively safely, since they have to burn themselves to pass through it. And it would affect even the Zorn.
Would it reach the ceiling though?
It would be about 20 feet high.
Okay. How tall is the ceiling in the level we're on? Give or take.
Probably a similar area.
Okay.
And what would you have me say to them? I tried to get the ones up here to surrender. They were not amenable.
Well, they didn't see or have an idea that their friends were brutally murdered. Maybe we could push one of their corpses down there.
Don't we have the big one up here?
Yeah, the one that was in charge.
Drop him down.
Let's just do that without word. See what they do. And then we'll give them a second before we tell them.
I agree, we should drop the body down, but then we should probably, after it impacts the floor, immediately give them the ultimatum to surrender or die.
That seems reasonably strict.
I suppose I could always offer to let them join us in our quest to bring this Colossus back to functionality. They could become our crew. It's an animal handling check, right? Jump on the Zorn's back and tame him. Except I think they have a mouth on top, so I'm not sure exactly what to jump on.
Right. Limbs in odd places. um,
But I think we should at least try to roll the big one down and threaten them into surrendering.
I definitely agree with that. So we do that.
Yeah. Vegnar, our Blade will supervise. And maybe carry some small parts of it, if the broken pieces if he can.
All right, and then I would say, your friends refuse to surrender. Your sand and glass guardian has been destroyed. If you surrender now, you will not be killed. If you do not surrender, you will be killed. Make your decision. You have 1 minute.
So Branded One and also Melodia, you would hear them taking a moment to discuss. Some of the murmured whispers are surprised that that you speak their language. After a few moments, not the entire minute, you hear one of them call back and say, "This is our home. You are invaders. We will defend this with our lives. For the leader. For the leader.
So you
For the
have
leader."
chosen death.
That's when the fireball should hit.
Yeah.
Just like
So-
stick your head out.
I mean, really quickly, besides, I think I remember watching the episode or before I jumped in, besides going past this thing and seeing this awesome structure, there's no actual reason we need to be here, right?
We kind of want this.
Oh no,
Colossus.
I agree with you. I do too. I'm just saying, like, there's no, okay. No, I just want to
Don't-
make sure.
Do we have part of our whatever prophecy thing is like getting a large thing to
Yes.
break
Oh, it
through
is,
the
okay.
wall?
Assault, the cathedral.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
You gotta pull a Ghostbusters 2 on this bitch.
Okay.
It's our destiny.
That's all I needed here.
So I realize now that rather than a fireball, I have a different spell that would cover a larger area. Not that much larger, but a fair bit larger. Do you want me to use the wall of fire or that other spell? The other spell will probably kill more of them, but then we will still have to climb down dealing with attacks from whoever is left.
I think killing more of them is better.
Yeah, the fewer of them attacking us, the better.
Agreed.
So I will need someone to open the door so that I can see a spot on the floor. We may have to throw a light down so that I can see some space to attach my spell to. And then I will create it in the air to try to maximize the amount of area I'm hitting with the spell.
Ewan, donate a tube.
So I mean, essentially, which way does this hatch open up, I guess?
Towards Ewan, I think.
Up.
Okay, so I probably would be like here-ish, so that I can like look down and see something that's basically like in this sort of area. And then I would cast Sickening Radiance in that area, which is the 30-foot sphere. 30-foot radius sphere. And I'd probably
Are
tell
you
everyone to
actually,
get,
are you actually climbing down?
no, I was just gonna cast it through the hole, like diagonally at an angle.
So. Um. You would drop down a light source, right?
Right.
Um.
The other problem, by the way, with this, I would explain, is that my Sickening Radiance is probably gonna like hit the ladder and it just sort of hangs there in the air for up to a minute. So we'd have to wait the minute. But they'd be killing people that whole time unless they got out of the area of it.
Okay, so. I'm gonna say that, hold on. I'm trying to. What? Come on. All right, I'm gonna say that just standing from the top. And this is a probably a bit generous in terms of what you would be able to see. There's put Trebek down there again. Without actually going down
Mhm.
into it, this is probably the limit of what you would be able to see.
Right. And I was sort of thinking I would like center the spell here,
Okay.
and then it's a 30-foot radius around it.
All right.
Oops, wasn't sure of the description.
$10 minutes.
Um. Branded one, make me a spellcaster check. Okay. And then. What is, it's a 30-foot spell,
Yes,
30-foot radius?
and it spreads around corners.
Right. And which square are you placing it?
This one. Uh-oh, he's got another little strongman icon.
Okay.
It's like 40s horn, all with bigger belts.
Right.
You get a belt of strength and you get a belt of strength.
That's that Bilbo Baggins meme. It's like, well, why not? Why shouldn't I have a belt of giant strength?
All right, so you do hear a number of creatures cry out in pain. So what does it do? When a creature moves into the spell's area for this first time on a turn or starts its turn there, that creature must succeed a Constitution take or say 40, 10 radiant damage, and 1 level of exhaustion. Okay. So that.
Now, when the spell ends, we probably need to get down the ladder as fast as possible. Because they'll have to have backed up out of the radius of it to stay alive. But they'll probably rush back in once we start coming down.
Sounds good.
But if they make their save, they suffer no damage that round. But this is 10 minutes.
What's your spell save? 16?
16.
Okay. So this guy.
So far, they've all made it.
And I need to change something up. Because you're also trying to have it in the air, right?
Not so much, I guess, because this is 30 feet. The fireball, I was thinking more at 20 feet. I may need to raise it up a bit.
Okay. Okay.
Not good news for him. Critical fail. They're gonna laugh about that one's death forever.
He's just a victim of natural selection.
So do we have a plan when we're going down? Just Three
Well,
Stooges, Three Stooges our
I'm
way
try-
in?
I'm trying and still.
Oh, no,
get
no, no,
yourself-
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the rest of us.
I assume Luck should go down first because she can just drop and float to the bottom.
I mean, I can cast Dragon's Breath on someone if they want it. So whoever goes down first, you can do a 15-foot cone to help push back whoever might be rushing in.
I might hold off on going down until things clear a bit.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no, I'm gonna wait was it 1 minute you said?
10 minutes.
Or no, 10 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
But
so everyone, we could short rest then.
Yeah.
after the branded one's spell subsides, we can go down. We can go down and clean up what is left. This Stooges style, as you say.
Well, many of them will at some point, if there's room, back up out of the area of effect. There may be quite a few left alive, but they will be pushed away from the ladder some distance. More than 30 feet.
It will buy us some space.
Roll your damage.
Nice.
That's the first round. $99 more to go.
Okay, so the beginning, the first moments of the spell, you hear several cries in agony, and there's a few thumps, which, based on Lux's description, may have been some of them falling from the ceiling where they may have been. But then not long after that, there's not much in the way of sound, and the next 10 minutes is eerily quiet.
So during that 10 minutes, we should decide the order in which we're going down. Since this is like stormtroopers breaching ship, you gotta get on fast.
So that spell lights that area up, right?
While it's active, but it's not gonna be active when it's over.
Yeah, I know. But like, is it, to a point where we can't like stick our head down and look? Or might we be able
So-
to sort of get down there and see? Just like everything be upside down, I guess, but
No, because of the radius of the spell, it actually goes from floor to ceiling. So sticking and the hatch is within the radius. So even sticking your head in would expose you to the effects of the spell.
so we gotta close the hatch.
It would be a good idea.
Just gonna let that cook for a while.
Mhm.
Simmer in the stew. All right. Yeah, I mean, Lux floats down. I slide down the ladder. Anybody else?
Wade's gonna go down.
And I'll follow after that.
Now Melodia can
Can your-
cast, did you say
your
cast a
Drake-
breath?
Yeah,
Um,
I can touch one of you guys and give you guys a breath attack.
Is that, how long does that last?
Let me double check. One minute. So I have to concentrate on it, which is going to be pretty hard. So I might just stay up here for a minute before that goes off.
Okay.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
So
So-
when as the spell ends, I'm gonna tell them, and then Melodia is gonna cast her spell, I guess, on Lux, and Lux is gonna jump down. And then Ewan's gonna go down after her,
Yep.
then Blade, then me, and Melodia is gonna remain up here for a bit to concentrate on her spell.
Okay. And so
Oh, and
Is-
Trebek.
is-
Trebek would go
is-
down before me.
is anybody just jumping down? Because that's a 25-foot drop. Lux could do it, but
Right, you,
Yeah,
Ewan
I'm
was
gonna
gonna try
climb,
to,
yeah.
Ewan was
was
gonna
gonna
try
do
to
that.
slide.
Yeah,
The
do
cool
that
slide
fireman
thing.
slide down the
Yep.
down the ladder.
Now I have to ask,
Oh.
how do I play this with Pantone? I don't know. How can Pantone climb ladders?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to walk up to Lux and I'm going to tell her that it's going to feel like a burp and just let it go. And I'll cast a dragon breath, the dragon breath on her.
All right.
Is it gonna be a surprise what damage type it is?
Um,
Surprise, just do it.
Should- It should not be fire.
Yeah, no.
because
I'm thinking cold. We'll do cold.
okay. So let's roll initiative and that will help guide how we continue to approach this. Make sure everybody clicks on your token before you roll the
I
initiative.
did.
Oh, man.
I critically failed the initiative. Roll to confirm. I'm still up top. Everybody's already in the fight. What happened?
I mean, luckily nobody's going down the ladder till after you, so.
Okay,
Oh, my spell slot.
all right, so you are just jumping down,
Yeah, because I can get slow fall, right? I can, yeah.
right? Okay. So let me put you in there. And then you drop the light source, right?
Yes,
Oh, I have it here. It's still here. All right. So. So Lux jumps down. And then
Ewan tries to fireman slide down.
Ready for that
Wow.
athletics.
The
Well,
ladder is
not quite yet.
a splinter elemental.
Yeah. It can't be wood. It would have fucking degraded by now.
All
There
metal
wouldn't be a
shards.
ladder. It might be metal. I might just get tetanus. It's fine.
No, actually, okay, it is gonna do that, but then, so, Lux, after you come down, you see one of these little goblins running at you, and it looks like it. Wait. What is- Wait, no, it's not.
I would assume that Lux would be prepared to exhale if something rushes her. So that's the point of her being down there. It's to hold it back.
So is that what you want to do, Lux, is hold your action after you jump down?
Well, yeah,
Or-
I mean, I would be prepared, like, as soon as I hit the ground to breathe this cold, but I'm assuming since I rolled a 1 on my initiative, that might not happen.
Well, this guy rolled lower than that.
Heck, badass.
Okay.
Yeah, but as it runs up to you, because you didn't say that you were holding your action to use your breath weapon if anybody approached you. So,
No, I didn't.
but is that what, I mean, you as a player maybe wouldn't have remembered, but Lux as a
Yeah,
character.
I mean, that was
would,
that would be the intent, because I'm assuming they're going to rush us, or there would be a fight as soon as I hit the ground.
Okay, so then go ahead and so it's a dexterity save.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 11. What's your spell save DC?
Here,
Only
Uh,
11,
we're gonna get
Melodia?
it.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's probably pretty low.
Okay, so Lux, roll 3d6. Okay, so it takes 4 damage. 4 cold. And it is going, after seeing you do that, it actually, because it looks like it has a hammer in one hand and a pick in the other, and it drops its hammer and pulls out some like straw looking thing and goes
Blowgun. Uh-huh. 18. Yeah, that's a hit.
okay, make a constitution saving throw.
Thanks.
All right, so you're not poisoned yet. It gives another blow, but misses. And then okay, so back up to, wait a minute, where is? Okay, so now back up to the top. So people can hold their actions if they want to allow other people to go ahead of them. So who was coming down next after Lux?
That
Ewan
would be me.
was.
Okay. I'm also gonna assume Lux, when you jumped down, you would have moved to allow somebody else.
Yeah.
So
That would just be embarrassing if we were all just in a pile at the bottom of the ladder.
so
fucking
where
Scooby-Doo
would
shit.
you want to move, Lux? Here. You were here. You can move where you would have wanted.
I'm gonna move over here.
Okay, that works. And then Ewan, you're gonna try and fireman slide. Give me an athletics check.
That's what I was hoping for.
Okay, you're able to slide down. It costs 10 feet of movement. So that'll put you right here.
Alrighty. And then. So we have this little guy here. This bigger Zorn, right?
Yep,
And then a couple little guys next to him there.
yep.
What does this thing even look like?
Oh, looks like that.
Does he have a
Okay.
little candle on his head?
He does not. At least not one that's lit.
Ah, it's a shame. But okay, I just moved a torch. Okay. I'm just trying to move me, not the torch. I'll just punch this dude.
Okay.
Oh, punch.
Uh-oh.
Fucking kidding me.
Oh,
Has he had an initiative yet?
yeah, already been a round. This is back to the top of the round.
Oh, well, that's dumb. Okay. So I don't get my advantage. Well, I'll just action points that I can not fucking die on a punch.
Okay. Still a miss.
Punch again. What the fuck is
Also
wrong
a
with you
miss.
now?
They're nimble little fuckers.
I mean, yeah, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna give him the old one too.
Okay, those hit.
And so like I'm just like trying to like punch at it, and it's like moving and small and shit. Like I finally like make contact, and then I fucking kick it.
Okay.
Is it still alive?
Yes, it is.
Fucker.
All right, so who's going next?
Next, I think was going to be Blade.
Yeah, Blade's gonna climb down fairly as quick as he can.
Do you also want to try a fireman?
Yes.
All right, give me an athletics check.
Not in acrobatics.
No.
That would have been much better as an acrobatics. So very ungracefully, Blade tries sliding down and then loses control.
Yeah, the ladder is a bit rusty. There is a rough spot there that you weren't anticipating, and with it being metal on metal, it kind of didn't go quite how you thought it would. So you actually end up falling the 25 feet. And I'll give you an athletics check to avoid landing prone. Or acrobatics, not athletics. Okay, so you avoid landing prone, but you do take 11 damage as you try the Superman landing and realize how bad that is for your knees.
Yeah, so he lands on his feet like a cat, and he's like, "Oh."
Good thing is it didn't cost you any movement. So
And he'll pull out, his blade will extend from his arm. And he's going to move to this creature and yeah, that should count. And then I'm going to attack it. So he has somebody next to him.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attack with my sword
what's a hit?
and sneak attack. So 16 piercing total
Okay.
as he slices into this thing, trying to hit the candle and chop it off just a little, chop it down just a little further. And then yeah, that's going to be my turn.
Okay. Who's going after Blade?
So well, I thought you were gonna stay up here to concentrate on the breath
Well,
weapon spell.
he already used it, so my concentration's
Right,
done.
but
No.
she can do that every round.
Oh, she can. Oh, I
Yeah, until the
misread that.
until the spell
Okay.
ends.
Well, then, oh yeah, when you go, then I'll send Pantone down then afterwards.
So I was gonna say I was expecting it would be Trebek and then me, but seeing that Trebek isn't ready to go down the ladder, can I go now?
Yeah.
So I would have put my shield stowed on my back so that I have both hands free to climb. So my armor class is a little lower, but I am not Supermaning down anything. I am climbing one rung at a time down the ladder after watching the immediate slip and so I don't know how much movement that cost me.
So it'll cost you 5 feet to get to the hatch, and then another. So it'll take you 30 feet to get down.
Okay, then as my free object interaction, I don my shield because I have a feat.
Oh, that's right, you do.
Yep. And then my actual action. You know what? I am going to, I don't want other people to not be able to come down. So I'm going to dash and move over in this direction.
Okay.
And then what the hell? I'm going to use an action point to get another action so that people don't think I wasted the whole action just climbing down.
Okay.
And who's available to attack? So he's gonna have cover, but I'm gonna target the little badass peck.
Okay. And all right, that's a hit.
And that's my turn.
All right. Do you want to send Pantone down fire pole style?
Let 1 second. Let me. No, I think he's just going to go down whatever normal is for a Drake.
Okay. So it'll cost you 25, 30 feet to
He
get
has,
down.
yeah, he has 40 feet of movement. So
Okay, so then you there, you can, so then you still have 10 feet of movement
yeah,
if you want to use it.
yeah, he's just going to go here for right now, and
Okay.
that's all. That's all he's going to do.
All right. And then now it's the Zorn. Right after you end, going to attack. Wait, where's oh there. Okay, so 3 claw attacks and a bite attack. So first attack, second attack, third attack, fourth attack.
That one missed.
Um, so he is going to move here. But he had to dash to do that. And then so for those of you down here, there's this small pack that is kind of out of the way. He stands a bit taller than some of the others, but he also looks to be a bit more grotesque in some ways. Uh and he chooses a point in between all of you, and there's a mote of energy that floats to you right here in the space where there's the light. And as it floats there, it then erupts in thunder. And
I cast counterspell. In my mind. Just
so he's casting shatter. It's gonna hit
much
everybody
all of us.
down here as well as this Zorn.
Oh, man, con saves. No. Damn.
So what is it?
oh, something.
Um. So that's that guy's turn. And then there's this guy right here. He takes out his blowgun. And first one is gonna go after Thagnog. Miss. The other one's gonna go after Ewan. Ewan, you will have cover. And miss. Now Trebek is up.
So he will try to slide down the ladder. So an athletics check.
Okay, that's sufficient. So he's able to slide down the ladder, cost him 10 feet of movement.
Can't move him on your screen apparently. So he will move here and then use his silvered greatsword against the Zorn and miss.
Lux,
You know what? He's going to use his one action point to go again.
okay. And he's hitting the Zorn.
Yes.
That's a miss.
Oh well.
All right, Lux is up. Peck badass on deck. Melodia in the hole.
So. Can I? Can't occupy that space.
I mean, your ring is active, so you could probably jump pretty much anywhere that's not an occupied space in the room.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump over and get behind this dude,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take out the taint stone. Whack him with it. I think I have disadvantage because I'm poisoned.
No, you succeeded on that, I thought.
No, I failed that big time. Pretty sure.
Your con saves? I thought you made it too.
Oh no, I did. Okay, I thought it was 18. All right, I made it. All right, my bad. 12, I don't
You-
think it's anyway.
No, 12 does not.
All right, second attack 15.
That one does hit.
All right, and then
Anything you want to do with your bonus actions?
Or did you want to try to stun him?
yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I'm gonna use stunning strike on that second hit. Of course.
This tiny cocksucker.
Yeah.
All right,
We're both punching the shit out of it. We should be rocking this motherfucker's life.
He's Peck badass though.
yeah. So I'm gonna use. No,
Flurry of blows.
No, I'm just gonna use a regular attack. So the third one is just the regular punch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's a hit.
And do you want to stunning strike him then?
Can you? Yeah, you can do it twice, right? In the same round. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you have points for it.
Yeah, I'll do that one too. No, no,
He will not be stunned.
He will not be stunned. Okay.
And it's his turn. And Despite having dropped one hammer, he pulls another off his belt and goes to attack Vegnog.
Gotta finish the job. Big Nog's not looking too good.
That's a miss. An 18 a hit.
An 18 is a hit. So yeah, let's see, does 5. He dents a Vegnog's arm. He dents a Vegnog's armor. Vegnog is looking very beat up.
All right. So we are back at the top of the round. Melodia is up, Branded one on deck, Ewan in the hole.
All right. Melodia's gonna come down fireman style.
All right. Give me athletics.
Wait, did the peck there hit?
Right
Swing
down.
at somebody that's not me.
Yep.
You know that provokes, right?
Yeah, but you waited too long.
That 19 good?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it costs 10 feet of movement.
Okay. Sorry, just checking one thing. All right, so I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to cast Healing Spirit. That's going to encompass Vegnog. Like it's a 5-foot area. So right
Oh.
here.
Can you post the spell?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I can't
Here.
heal constructs. Shit. I just read that now.
It's
Vegnog's
fine.
not a construct.
Oh, okay.
He is, but healing spells apply normally to him.
Okay.
So you're gonna
So-
put it in
So-
Vegnog's space.
Right. It's also,
Um,
it's not a 5-foot radius, it's a 5-foot cube.
Yeah, well,
So-
I was thinking behind him, so it's not affecting the badass.
Well, it's not going to. It's
Oh,
in his
then yeah,
face.
then yeah,
It
right in his
only
face.
it only affects a single square.
Okay, then yes, right in his face, yeah. And obviously that's going to break my concentration. So Lux, you're not going to have that breath attack anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Okay.
What
Anything
does the
else?
spirit look like? Just curious.
It's a little blue glowing orb. Looks like the fairy from Zelda. The little wings and the glowing little orb thing floating around. Yeah.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, that's. Hey.
I don't know why it's not letting me go over. Anyways, all right. So anything else you want to do?
No, I think that's Pantone's gonna bite the Zorn.
Okay. It's a miss.
Okay.
All right, Branded one. You're up. Ewan on deck. Blade in the hole.
So I will first move here, and then I will use my last 2nd level spell slot. You cure Vegnog a bit more.
So make me a caster check. So the magic that you were going to send towards Vegnog suddenly is displaced, and you see it collect and shoot over to this little guy who opens his mouth, and the magic goes into his body, and he briefly glows for a moment afterwards.
Okay, well, he has to die then. And and instead, I will, let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You see, I center myself and say a quick prayer, and then Vegnog erupts in a faint, almost phantom-like silver flame, and gets 13 temporary hit points.
Nice. Yeah.
And then, because I don't want to group up, I am moving back to where I was. I don't want to make it
Okay.
too easy for the guy with the shatter spell to just keep pounding us.
All right. Ewan, you're up. Blade on deck, Zorn in the hole.
Yeah, I'm a little surrounded, so.
I mean, behind you is just the dead one, so you could back up.
Yeah, well, I feel like I saw this son of a bitch over here. I'd like to get to him, but I don't think I can. So, yeah, I think I just need to just like try and take out the. I've
Well,
already
the
hit this-
fastest way is to take out the one we've been hitting already.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him. Is it a bonus action for this boomerang? It is. Yeah, I'll bring out the boomerang again. Make sure it's active and then hit the thing.
Which thing?
The little one. God damn
Oh.
you, you fucking piece of shit. Action point.
All right, so that's a hit.
Okay, second attack.
That one's also a hit. And with that, go ahead and describe how it dies.
I'm trying to imagine what the action point would have looked like. Okay, so so I swung with it, but like it kind of dodged, and then I just did like a little flick, and it did a little whip, like because it's a boomerang, right? So it just flipped around, and it came back and hit him in the back of the head, and then and while he was like dazed for a second, I came down on top of his head, caved
Right in
it
the candle.
yeah, caved his head in.
All right, anything else you want to do?
As I stand back up and look to the Zorn, like, you asked for this. You could have just left. But that's it.
All right, Blade, you're up. Zorn on deck.
So
Heck
you
in the
get
hole.
you get
Oh yeah, so you gain
get five
1d6.
HP.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. He is going to I can't tell what condition is on this one. What's this little like?
I don't think he's been hit yet.
No, but he does look like he has the faint green glow from the branded one's sickening radiance spell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna attack the sick one.
Okay.
Yeah, he has somebody next to him.
Okay,
Oh,
so that's a hit.
That's not the one I meant to do, but it's the same. I meant to do that sword.
Okay, so we'll
Use the roll and use the roll, but the damage of the sword of the destroyer.
okay.
7 and sneak attack. 23.
Okay.
Is 23 and tries to jam the find some sort of purchase in the armor of the Zorn.
You
And
cut pretty deep wherever you find purchase. It seems to have been staggered a bit, but it's still clinging to life and looking to get revenge.
and with that, I'm in the middle of this healing font, so I probably
I can move that on as a bonus action. So
okay. So what I'm gonna do is for my bonus action, I'm gonna disengage via cunning action. And I'm gonna move. Can you, yeah, I'm gonna move.
just so you know, I can move it up to 30 feet.
You can't
You
move through
could,
that.
yeah, you can move, you can step through Trebek Square, you just can't end there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move. Here.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
All right. The Zorn is pretty angry because it wanted to get after you. So instead it's gonna take it out on Pantone.
Damn, really?
He says in Terran, you brought me lunch.
All right, first attack. Second
Miss.
attack.
Miss.
Third attack. Fourth attack.
Just missing all over the place.
Yeah, he's really hurting. Other one is gonna continue to attack Ewan.
Bring it.
First attack.
Uh-oh. We're serious.
Nope.
Okay, so it still deals max damage, which is 9. Second attack.
Does it?
Third attack.
That hits.
Fourth attack.
Hits.
And then this guy once more blows a mote of energy that floats along the air until it lands right here. So it is casting Shatter again. And it'll affect Trebek, Pantone, the branded one, Melodia, and Blade.
Hey,
Hey.
Blade, roll it again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna use my last action point, although I was hoping to use it for something else. I don't want to die.
Alright, so Blade, you take nothing. Melodia, you take 11 thunder, and you need to make a constitution save for a concentration check. So
Yeah.
the healing spirit winks out of existence. And then branded one saved. And then Pantone
He failed to.
failed, so he takes 11. And then
Trebek failed.
Trebek
Wait.
failed. Okay. And then this guy sends a blow dart in Lux's direction. I assume a 16 misses.
Correct.
And then another blow dart in your direction.
Keep rolling 4 on 1d4.
What kind of bullshit is this?
Trebek is up, Lux on deck. Melodia in the hole.
He's gonna keep attacking the Zorn right in front of him.
That hits.
Unfortunately,
And-
minimum damage.
Well, that
Alright.
minimum damage was just barely enough to kill him. So go ahead and describe how that one bites it.
So yeah, nobody knows it was minimum damage. All they know is that once again, Trebek comes in clutch. And takes his silver greatsword and jams it down through the mouth of the creature until you hear it strike metal as it comes out the bottom.
Awesome. Anything else Trebek is doing?
Yeah, he's gonna move. I can select him, he'll move. There it goes.
Oh, also, these guys, they're on the ceiling.
Good to know. So are they just like standing on their feet on the ceiling?
Yeah. All right. Lux, you're up. Melodia on deck, branded one in the hole.
And the ceiling's 25 feet up.
Yes.
Now, from what I remember before, when we fought the Zorn, it like if we punched it, it didn't do as much as it when we used a rock or something like a blunt instrument. Or am I
No.
misremembering that?
So you were using the taint stone,
Right.
which was effective because the creature that it came from had skin as hard as adamantine.
Okay.
So it's essentially an adamantine stone.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I will attack the one in front of Ewan.
Miss.
Yes.
That's a hit.
Nice. Hell, stunning strike. Ooh.
It's stunned.
All right, and then unarmed strike for my bonus action. Is that an advantage? Because he's
Yeah.
stunned. So all right.
So that's a hit.
Okay. Movement, I'm going to head over to jump all the way over to here.
Okay. Melodia's up, branded one on deck, Ewan in the hole.
How tall is this machine in the middle? Like right here-ish.
10 feet at its tallest point.
Okay. Um. I guess my question is, if I can move here and get a shot onto these guys, if I have enough clearance over this, if I'm standing on this table, do I have enough clearance over the machine to shoot the guys on the ceiling?
I'll say yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm doing then.
So which one are you shooting?
I will shoot the back one.
This guy?
Yeah, him.
Okay. That's a miss.
Okay. And Pantone is going to come up here and bites him.
Okay. Pantone has advantage. But it's still a miss. The rock hard hide is just too great for Pantone to bite through.
Okay, I am good.
Branded one up, Ewan on deck, blade in the hole.
So I'm gonna move back here. And then see if I am far enough away from little dude on the ceiling, because I don't know what the range of his effect is. I'm gonna cast a blessed flare at the Zorn. But miss. But he might absorb it.
You got advantage.
Oh, right, so I'd probably not miss. So I make a caster check.
Yes. And it is still just barely in range.
I think
You
I
made it.
needed more. Oh, good. So 6 radiant damage to the Zorn. And that's my turn.
Okay. All right.
I guess I would also yell to Blade that we need to spread out to avoid the area of effect spells.
All right. Ewan is up, blade on deck, Zorn in the hole. You muted.
This guy is stunned, so I'm gonna take advantage of that. First off, swinging this thing.
It's a hit.
And then I think as much as man, you know what, I could take another hit. I'm gonna use a moxie and swing some haymakers at this thing. So
Okay.
that gives me disadvantage, but the advantage cancels out, so just straight attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, haymaker.
It's a miss.
Yeah, probably no good. All
That's
right.
a miss.
Shame.
All right. Blade is up, Zorn on deck. Other monster in the hole.
Blade is gonna move back. And let me check something real quick. just says against a creature you can see. So I'm gonna use insightful fighting, and I'm gonna investigate this creature on the ceiling.
Okay.
Insight check.
Easily.
Yep. And I'm gonna retract my sword and pull out my crossbow
Okay.
and shoot it.
All right.
So that gets advantage, or like, doesn't get advantage. It just
No, your sneak attack
my
applies
sneak
though.
attack applies. That's so 19 piercing.
Go ahead and describe how that one dies.
Vegnog pulls out his crossbow and aims it slightly, and doesn't hold his breath because he doesn't breathe. And the bolt flies through the air, striking it in the temple, and it plummets to the ground. And the ground is stained with yet another blood splatter.
All right.
And
Anything else you're doing?
no, that'll be it.
All right. Zorn is still stunned.
Snipers will fire between heartbeats, but Blade has to wait for the in between the ticks of his internal literal clock.
Yeah, between clock cycles.
This guy is going to move forward 5, 10, 15,
Does he
20.
go into combat? He like overclocks? Like what happens there?
Still on the ceiling, I assume.
Yeah. And he is going to send another mote of energy over, seeing that the construct seemed to have been pretty gravely wounded, and also understanding the danger that this spellcaster poses. It's going to send its mote over there. So branded
Uh-oh.
one in Vegnog.
That's way better damage.
Well, moment of truth. Nope. I'm gonna use an action point. That's better.
Raid.
Okay. So you take 13 thunder damage.
Just barely alive. Actually, no, that's all my temporary hit points go away.
So you see the phantom silver firelight all goes out, sputters and stops. But
Yeah,
you're unscathed.
I imagine that like it's like this sound wave, and so like this it kind of reverberates, and like as like it gets buffeted by these strong sounds.
All right. Trebek is up, Locks on deck, Melodia in the hole.
So is the creature still stunned?
Yes.
Trebek will try the same thing then.
That's a hit.
Does it kill it?
No.
You didn't roll minimum damage. That's the trick.
Anything else Trebek is doing?
Nope.
All right. Lux, you're up. Melodia on deck, branded one in the hole.
So I'm gonna run over here and look up and take out the adamantium bow staff and jump, since I have a 20-foot vertical, and play whack-a-mole.
I'm gonna say that you have disadvantage on your attack roll for that. Because you don't have, you're not on solid ground as you're attacking.
Okay, let's see. What's the staff? Is it D6?
Would be whatever your monk weapon die is, I assume.
Yeah,
Okay, I guess I don't have it in here. Oh, well. It's gonna say the tainted stone, but it really is the other. I gotta put that in. Okay, take it, that's a miss then, 12.
it is.
Okay.
That is
I
a
take
hit.
22. And then my bonus action, I jump up and punch him. 14.
So. You're having to jump in between each one.
Right.
So. I'm gonna say you don't have enough movement to jump a third time.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I did hit him the second time, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I'll burn a point, stunning strike.
okay. It
Alright.
survives. Anything else?
So the bonus action point, is that a carryover action point or is it just for this session?
No, it carries over.
Okay, all right, that's my turn.
Bonus action points always carry over.
Okay, yeah, I was making sure.
Melodia is up, Brandon one on deck, Ewan in the hole. And this guy is no longer stunned.
Kill him.
You're firing at this guy? Or you're muted. I don't know if you're talking.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm shooting at the one on the ceiling.
Okay.
And then Pantone is gonna bite the Zorn.
Okay.
Attempt to.
Oh,
Ooh. roll
Watch
it again.
out. Pantone, vengeance, says Pantone.
All right, so it's not a confirmed crit, but it's still a crit. So it does max damage. So which is 11
6.
plus 8. 11 plus 8. So 19
So
damage.
it's 11 plus 6, isn't it? He has 1d6 filled in as the
Oh.
elemental damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I was doing the wrong one. So yeah. So 11 plus 6 is 17. So it's a nice chunk, but it's still up.
Okay.
How is it looking?
It's looking pretty rough. Some of its hide seems to be falling off in chunks. So branded one, you're up. You and on deck, blade in the hole.
So it seemed to work last time, so I'm gonna blessed flare at the Zorn.
Okay. It would normally hit, but he has cover because you're shooting through Ewan.
Well, let's see if I even made my check. Okay. So now realizing that apparently Vegnog is like the source that everyone's attacking, I will move here. It's like Steve, you ever see The Jerk? When Steve Martin is
Yes.
working, Steve Martin's working at the gas station and he thinks he's shooting at the cans.
Alright, anything else you're doing?
No, that's it.
Alright, Ewan, you're up. Blade on deck, Zorn in the hole.
I guess this thing isn't stunned anymore. So I'll just hit it a couple of times, hopefully.
That's a
Looks
hit.
like a hit. Possibly, maybe.
That's also a hit.
Delicious. Moxie for a brace up, get some temporary hit points.
Alright,
Only 9.
go
this
ahead and describe how it dies.
time. Just relentlessly beating this fucking thing with the boomerangs, not giving up. It kind of tries to fight back and knock its hands out of the way and fucking just keep hitting it.
Okay. Blade, you're up. Monster on deck, Trebek in the hole.
Oh. Blade is going to take aim as his bonus action and fire at the remaining creature on the ceiling. The 12 hit.
The miss.
I'm gonna action point it. Go big or go home.
It's a hit.
All right, and 23 piercing damage.
It can't stand up to that assault. Go ahead and
Imagine that
describe
it's-
it.
Another unceremonious bolt rockets across the room, and it falls down limp onto the ground.
And an eerie quiet takes over within the room as all of your enemies are slaughtered.
Just like we said.
Just like we told them it would happen.
Yeah.
Just like the gypsy lady said.
Yes, exactly.
So as you look around this room, you see that it is very similar to the room above in terms of the decor and the streaks of blood and other fluids staining the ground, the bones of other creatures. But one thing that obviously takes your attention is this large machine in the center of the room. And once more, like the gemstones that were in the wall that seem to have for some reason been distasteful to the Zorn or not, they weren't interested in eating them. There are several incredibly large dragon shards in this machine, particularly right here, and then these ones here. It does seem to hum with magic. And branded one, without even casting detect magic, you can feel the magic radiating off of the thing is incredibly powerful destructive magics.
Yeah, actually, I only have one more charge in my wand, but I would use it in here.
So majority of the magic within the room is centered upon the dragon shards of this machine.
Mhm.
But there is one additional bit of magic that is well, actually two other pieces of magic. One is in the hands of this peck that Trebek is standing on. particularly its pick, and not even the pick, but the dragon shard that's attached to it. And then there's also on the table on its side, but it is stoppered, is a vial of a fluid that where is that? It's a syrupy liquid that looks like molten iron.
And you said it's in a container?
It's in a container that was on the table next to your feet, and it radiates with magic.
I mean, I,
Shaking it, I would say potion. We'll have to identify it later.
yeah.
This looks like, does it look like the thing that was in the gunk that was in the cauldron and the floor above?
You know, it's possible.
This looks like material in the pot above and the floor above. Could be
Possible that
something
it's-
harvested from the experiments.
Could be, although this is definitely magical. I don't believe what was left over in the pot was. But it could be some refined substance that they extracted as part of their experimentation.
They were trying to. Their goal is to, as I understand it, to create Soulcoin. But the batch above could have been a failure. This could have been something, some breakthrough.
I'm wondering if this was like their first success, except that the soul coin turned out to be liquid. So they just put it in the vial. Like Dr. Horrible went to steal gold out of a bank vault, but he liquefied it all.
Yep. And the hammer is my penis.
And I would also point out that the dragon shard on the pick may be magical. Someone may be able to, if not use the pick, which I would guess Lux could probably use as is. Someone might be able to adapt the shard to a weapon that they use. I think basically that's Blade. Ewan tends to pick up everything in sight, but mostly just punches things. So, and then Melodia, obviously she uses weapons as well. So
Yeah.
probably mostly between Blade and Melodia.
And just likes to keep it interesting in a fight. These things, these fucking stupid ass Zorn things, like punching them was only so effective. I had to hit them with something magical.
No,
So,
it didn't matter if it was magical.
of course not. There was the thunder damage. That's what I was
Yeah.
really hoping for.
Yeah, the thunder damage was fine.
And this is clearly frost damage. That's true, though. If you attach it to the boomerang, it would be thunder and frost damage. So, but I would leave that to you guys to work out. It's of no interest to me, other than the fact that it's a dragon shard.
I mean,
So then I would start to investigate the actual machine to try to figure out what it does. And I would note, I don't see any doors out of here and I don't see any sign of the machinery we saw above.
Wouldn't this be like below where we came in?
Yeah.
Right,
Also.
but it wouldn't be below
you-
the machine that was in the room where Melodia was caged.
Oh,
There's a hatch,
Oh, under the Zorn.
under the Zorn.
that keeps going down.
Yeah,
The Zorn just fell on the hatch that we never saw. So we left.
So let's push him down the next floor.
Right. We could.
Hopefully there aren't as many creatures down there.
Maybe you could hit me with one of your cantrippy healing. Right quick.
I will cast close wounds.
Sweet. Oh my god, really?
also, Frank, I just want to remind you, you also have your Hunter's Mark ability,
Yes, yeah.
so just as a reminder, 'cause I don't think you used it. and you had
No, I haven't yet.
opportunities.
So what would I roll to try to determine what this machine does? Because it looks like a train to me.
History or Arcana?
Go with Arcana. Oh, never mind.
If anybody's else is proficient
yeah.
in history or Arcana, they can make a check as well.
Nope.
I will say that one thing that you notice is, well, everybody give me an investigation check. Oh, wait, Ewan, you're proficient in history?
I am
Okay.
too, yeah.
So, Ewan, you would remember that in the stories that have been told about the Warforged Colossi that were used in the last war, the one of their more devastating weapons was a massive ray of magical destruction that could be emitted from its chest. Based on where you are within the Warforged Colossus and the positioning of this thing, you might guess that this is that weapon.
I'll convey that. This could be a massive weapon error.
Could be just the thing we need to break into Flame Keep.
Yes, indeed.
Though nothing down here helps us turn off the electricity from the live wires in the room above. So we'll have to descend deeper and see if we can find more helpful rooms, more helpful controls. Although it's good to know that this thing is armed.
Yeah, just gotta find the power source.
We must have not moved to the heart yet.
All right. Who wants to look down this one?
Vegdog's gonna hang back. Unless we're gonna take a short rest.
We're out of short rests.
Yeah, we've taken
Yeah.
them all.
You've used your maximum number of short rests for the day. The only thing left is a long rest, and if you want to take that,
Hmm.
you can.
Just stack all the Zorn on this thing. It'll be fine. Ain't nothing coming up from there.
Again, though, our coatl friend is waiting for us.
I expect that Coatl to have gone already. We can go up a look.
Well. Let's continue deeper.
Just to be clear, I am down to a single spell slot, which I am reserving for emergencies. By which I mean casting shield when something tries to hit me.
Yeah, I mean, we might be at that point where we have to just call it and wait.
But on the other hand, I would imagine if it were me, I would have brought most of the creatures that were residing in the lower levels to this level in order to provide a sort of maximized attack when we came through. So I wouldn't expect resistance in the lower levels to be as bad as this one. Though perhaps they think differently than I do. So I say we should at least attempt to move deeper and see what's below us.
Yeah, we could look.
Yep, I agree.
So Lux, ready to jump down the hole again?
Where is it located?
It's under the Zorn we dropped down. So under here. Oh, ping.
Oh, okay.
I'll shift it. Move it out of the way.
Okay.
Before we go there, I think that's a good stopping point for the night. It's already 1.
Yeah.
So